东，哎，这个合同它还少了一些东西。
应该是最后这一页，最后一页，后面还有最后一页。
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this great celebration. My name is Lilia Mesa Montes, and as chair of the IUPAP Working Group number 5, Women in Physics, I thank all of you for joining us to celebrate our foundation's 25th anniversary. We thank the Chinese Physical Society for hosting this celebration, particularly Nina. Thank you very much. They all have been very supportive and understanding. We also thank all the speakers for being here. So for those who don't know what IUPAP is the Union of Physical Societies around the world. Currently, it has 60 members, and we are celebrating our General Assembly here. So what is a working group? Why are we talking about working group? So the working group is an international and interdisciplinary collaboration of researchers that aims to focus on and develop new research fields and activities that would be difficult to fund through traditional funding programs. 20 years ago, in 1999, the American Physical Society celebrated its centennial and decided to have a great event. They invited, among others, IUPAP to have their 19th General Assembly. Yes, similar to the one is held in now. Now, one resolution number 6, was the creation of a working group on women in physics. It was Cecilia Yarco's idea, and I was lucky to find this photograph of Cecilia about that time. Now the other photograph is more recent. And her voice was Anders Barani, the president of the Swedish delegation. Since then, the working group has been renewed for 8 terms, with representatives from the regions of Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America and the Caribbean, North America, and Oceania. So, what happened over these 25 years? What is next? To begin, we will address disinformation. In the panel, how the first working group accomplished the created mandates. And I take advantage of this photograph to show that this is the first working group and her visit to the White House in the United States. And you will see that there is a man here among all these girls. And he wanted to say hello to all of you, Hayward Schuper, and he was the first in the first working group. And she wishes us a nice time, a lot of success. Short talks will show regional examples of how these actions transform IUPAP and how our community developed physics. Based on this experience, we will listen ideas on the future of our working group and how IUPAP is addressing diversity, not only women, but beyond. Finally, in the discussion session, we would like to hear your thoughts on how IUPAP can continue progressing in it. In this forum, you will hear words, here is another photograph, and you will hear words like equip, country teams, proceedings, surveys, regional meetings, diversity, and so on. We invite you to see more of this in the videos that we are showed in the displays and visit the posters on regional impact, also in the poster sessions. So, welcome once again and enjoy this celebration with us. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Professor Eagle.
Welcome. In my part of the world, in South Africa, one might say Wamkele Kile. That is a warm welcome from the heart. My name is Igel Gledhill. I'm from South Africa, member of the earliest working group, and now founder and secretary of Working Group 21. Welcome to every human present, in the room or well connected. across continents, across co-share, and across YouTube. We're working together to improve the environment for everyone and to have universal access to physics and universal participation in physics. Over the last few years, something extraordinary has happened. The gender balance in IUPAP has changed. This is a result of co-creation, co-design, and co-construction. It involves the presidents of IUPAP, the gender champions, the vice presidents, a new unique environment in Working Group 5. I stress that the object is to improve the environment for all of us and allow us to act equitably in the role of physicists. Allow me to introduce Marcia Barbosa, first chair of the Working Group of Women in Physics. Would you like to stand? (2013) L'Oréal UNESCO Award for Women in Physical Sciences, rector of the Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul. And Ling An Wu, member of the very first IUPAP Working Group on Women in Physics, organizer and first chair of the Working Group on Women in Physics of the Chinese Physical Society, Professor Emeritus of the Institute of Physics, Chinese Academy of Sciences, and still fully occupied with research and outreach activities. Jackie Beeman-Keane is from the American Physical Society, and the reason you don't see her is that she's still on a plane. Her plane left Washington, D.C., flew for 2 hours, and then turned around and back again, so she is still alive. She's not only an administrative assistant on the first working group, but she was the heart and soul of the contacts across the world. She's really on her way. She was one of the first recipients of IUPAP's Henri Abram Prize. Bev Hartline is virtual. She is sitting in Montana right now, and it might be about 4 o'clock in the morning. She is a member of the first working group. She can corner resources like you cannot believe, known for her contacts across the world and science communication, former deputy director of Argonne Labs in the United States, now professor emerita of geological engineering at Montana Technological University, and Lilia Meza-Montes, current chair of Working Group 5. After this, there will be some discussion and question time. We will go quickly in order to do that. First up is Jackie Beeman-Keane, and her voice is at present Ling An Wu's voice.
So unfortunately, I have to speak for Jackie, but she doesn't have any PPT, so I just read her presentation. So when the suggestion of a working group on women in physics was first presented at the 1999 IUPAP General Assembly, some members attending the meeting did not think there was a need for such a working group. There were even some members who felt that it was a waste of time to even discuss it. However, Burton Richter, the then president designee, was very much in favor of the idea and was very good at convincing other members that the issue needed consideration. I should also mention, because there was a survey done by the American Physical Society, and they discovered that the number of physics majors in the US was going down, which meant that there would be a lack of physics talent in the later years. After a lengthy discussion, it was voted on and decided that a working group on women in physics would be formed. The group was given the following mandate: survey the present situation and report to the Council and the liaison committees, and suggest means to improve the situation for women in physics. However, discussion did not end there. Several of the original opposing members wanted to eliminate the second part of the mandate. That means the suggestions part. Once again, there was a lengthy discussion. A vote was finally taken, and the objection was defeated. Thus was the creation of the Women in Physics Working Group, WG5, with the original mandate. Judy France, serving as the IUPAP Associate Secretary General, worked very closely with Bertrand Richter to get the group organized. Judy reached out to other colleagues for suggestions of people who could serve as members on the committee and recommendations for who could serve as the chair. Judy didn't want the majority of the committee members to be from the US. Both Judy and Bertrand wanted to have representation from as many regions as possible. However, they did want to be sure that those serving on the committee would be in a position to advance and present the ideas of the working group to others within the physics science communities. She also reached out to IUPAP liaison members to suggest possible names of individuals to serve. Both Judy and Bertrand thought it would be important to have women and men serve on the working group because this was not just a women in physics problem. It was a problem for the entire physics community. Judy sent out a lot of emails, made many phone calls, and talked to a lot of people face to face. Marcia Barbosa was selected first to serve as chair. After Marcia accepted to serve as chair, she and Judy both came up with additional names of people to serve on the committee. After all the final members were named and accepted to serve, the first in-person meeting of WG5 was scheduled. It was held on June the 6th to the 7th, 2000, at the American Center for Physics in College Park, Maryland. 10 of the members were present: Marcia Barbosa from Brazil, Yosra Gamal from Egypt, Catherine Gebby from the USA, Beverly Hartline from the USA, Elisa Molinari from Italy, Barbara Sandow from Germany, Herwig Schopper from Switzerland, Nandini Trivedi from India, and myself from China. And Liang Wu, I mean. Two unfortunate, Dr. Mo from Korea was unable to attend the first meeting. Judy France provided valuable support as an IUPAP liaison, and the former president, Bertrand Richter, also attended much of the meeting, and myself, that's Jackie, serving as the administrator for WG5. In keeping with its mandate to survey the situation for women in physics and suggest ways to improve it, the working group invited Roman Chukov and Rachel Ivey of the American Institute of Physics Statistical Research Center to report on the status of women in physics in different countries. Their reports highlighted the complexity of the problem and the difficulty in obtaining comparable data from countries with quite different cultures and different terminologies. In 2000, the conversation of gender equality and diversity within the physics community was not the topic of the day. There wasn't a general ongoing or even an open discussion at IUPAP conferences. Just as the reactions received from members of the General Assembly, a lot of people had not considered that there was an actual situation to be addressed. So, in order to address the problem first, the group had to put into words what the problem was. It was decided to put out a call to ask women physicists to submit papers on their experiences as it relates to the field of physics in education, employment, and careers. Working group members put the word out to people they knew and asked others to do the same. Once the call for papers went out, we received over 100 responses from over 60 countries. Judy France and Erica Ridgway, Judy's assistant at that time, put a lot of work into editing those papers and selecting which ones would be included in the final booklet. From these papers, a very clear picture was emerging. Many women felt there were clear barriers to women's participation in physics, which included subtle discrimination, blatant preferential treatment of men, a lack of role models and mentors, higher paying jobs in other fields, uninspired teaching, the perception of scientists as antisocial nerds, and financial constraints that favor the status quo. Also, the number of women awarded first and higher level degrees was lower than that of men. It was also observed that in upper management positions in top research institutes and funding agencies, the percentage of men was much higher than those of women. From all the information gathered, the working group realized a global survey was needed. This survey should be distributed to all IUPAP members and non-member countries. The question on the survey would have to take into consideration the difficulties which AIP had highlighted to the working group in their meeting. Thus, AIP was contracted to formulate a global survey that would be given to women within the physics community. At this point, the group believed they were headed in the right direction according to the mandate they had been given. Then the question arose, once the survey is complete and the responses are analyzed, what then? How do we get this information out to people who would be impacted by it? Now the group realized it would be a fantastic idea to have a conference that included the results from the survey and other ideas and suggestions on what can be done to improve the situation. Thus, the working group agreed to sponsor the first IUPAP International Conference on Women in Physics. No one knew at that time what this would lead to. But as they say, the rest is history. Strangely, once the group started working and IUPAP members began to see results coming out of the group, some of our initial opposers became some of our strongest supporters. For example, Japan and France. Thank you very much.
Dear hearts, there will be time for questions after the presentations, and I would like to invite Marcia Barbosa.
Let me invite you to a trip to the past, 25 years ago. In this trip, this group of people meets. This is in front of the White House, where they actually visit the Oval Office. And these people have to make a decision how we manage to respond to the question, why there are so few women in physics. And mesmerized, we decided to do not only the survey that Ian mentioned now, but also a conference. But a different sort of conference, not a thematic conference in physics like we usually always did in the past, but a conference in which you have to identify in the world women in physics. So this is the first group, and we start to think how we find women in physics. And this conference was not a conference that you register and you go. We designed a conference that you have to come with a country team. But to make a country team, we have to find women in the country, in physics. And I might say to you, that's not a time in which you have a cell phone with all this internet. We barely have some emails, and usually we have the emails of male guys in the countries or of the physical society, and sometimes just the phone number, real phone, you know, this that have some wires connected. So, you know, middle-aged type of stuff. And we, you know, particularly Judy Frantz and I, we sit down and we start to look for women. And we found women in 65 countries, countries that I confess, as a Brazilian, I never heard about. Uzbekistan is so far from Brazil. So we have, in this group that you're seeing in the photograph, you have 65 countries representative, more countries than IUPAP members at that time, and even today. And what do you do if it's this bunch of women? So we decided that we are going to separate in discussion groups, and the discussion groups were going to address a number of issues. This is the first web page we have for the conference. Actually, I confess, I designed this web page because I'm a computer physicist, so as part of the deal, I designed all the picture. And one thing we did is that we have some speakers representing people, you know, some women from different countries, but also we have topics. And imagine that we never discussed women in science and in physics at that time. So we designed the topics coming from our own experience. So how to attract more girls to a field in which you don't have women, how you launch a successful career, getting women in the leadership, how you do that, improving institutional climate, something related to a word that's much more known today, that's harassment. Learning from regional experience. You have 65 countries together, different experience, different data, and very important, balance family and career. All those topics that were fresh 25 years ago, I bet, still today, they bring issues to the table that we need to keep on discussing. But we found we have more than 200 people in the meeting, 15% were male participants. But at the end of the meeting, we just didn't finish. Okay, let's go home. We have a great time. We have resolutions. And each country have to pick up this resolution and make something concrete from it. And this, I think, and I'm sure about, that was the key factor for that spread as a good virus. Because we have this network of 65 countries connected and binded by the resolutions. Some of the resolutions including to IUPAP, saying, IUPAP, you have to increase the percentage of women in your commissions and in your council. You have to bring, you cannot fund a conference that have no woman speaker or no woman in a committee. All the things brought to the countries start to make a move that drove change and continuation. But something else happened in that event. Each country brought numbers. In the past, I always thought, well, the percentage of women are low only in Brazil. But this graph shows an average of all the numbers the women thought brought to this event, and you see that we have a lower percentage. We have like 23% of women at the undergraduate level at that time, and this number drops down, what's called the scissor effect. As you go up in the career, these numbers drop out. Just to give you a number, in the Academy of Science, the World Academy of Science, women are not even 15%. Not even 15%. These numbers are very different in different regions, but you can see that the dropout means you go up in the career, then women vanish, is a reality in all the regions of the planet. My message is, we progress, use the network, but we still have to use this tool of getting together. The reason why it succeeds is that we work together with all those countries and all the women. Together, ladies and gentlemen, we can. Thank you very much.
Be online, on Zoom.
Zero.
Are we on Zoom?
You mean
We need translation.
you need what?
Translation.
Translation.
We should be on Zoom. Yes.
Zoom. This one.
Yes.
Okay.
线上的。
线上。
Okay. Right. Hello, and welcome, Beverly. Can we hear you? Do say hello.
Hello, hello.
Off you
Can you
go.
hear me?
Yes, we can. Perfect, loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Igor, and good afternoon in Haiku City. Where I am, it's now 2:27 in the morning. So it's dark here. I bring greetings from Judy France, and I emailed with her over the last few weeks. But dear attendees in Haiku City and around the world, I apologize for being unable to join you in person for this forum to celebrate the 25th anniversary of IUPAP's Working Group on Women in Physics. I was a member, as they mentioned, of the original working group, serving for 12 years. When we decided to organize a conference, we knew, as Marcia said, that we needed to include women and men physicists from as many countries as possible. To do this, we needed to solve two big challenges. One, getting money for the conference, and two, making sure the conference would lead to action to increase the number of women in physics and advance their physics careers. I will be talking about how we raised money and then produced and distributed the conference proceedings. We needed money to conduct a benchmarking survey that Marcia spoke about, to bring country teams to the conference, and to publish the proceedings. We thought teams needed at least 3 people to be able to drive the change required to improve the situation for women in their country. By holding the conference in Paris, travel costs would be low for more than half the country teams, all the teams from Europe. By inviting attendees to submit research abstracts, some participants would be able to get travel support from their research grants, but it would still cost more than $500,000 US, which was a lot of money back then, obviously more than it is now. IUPAP promised $25,000, and IUPAP member physical societies raised money for travel of their teams, which was a big help. In addition, IUPAP President Bert Richter wrote letters requesting support from industrial companies and the US National Academy. Judy France asked me to draft many proposals to funding agencies in the United States. We gave copies of these proposals to the other working group members who adapted them to get grants from ICTP in Trieste and from other sponsors in the European Union, United Kingdom, Latin America, and Japan. Altogether, as Marcia said, the first conference had about 300 attendees from 65 countries and 26 different sponsors. The number of countries was far more than IUPAP's membership, which was 40 at that time. Fundraising was more limited for the second conference, 2005 in Rio, hosted by Marcia and her colleagues. There were only 16 sponsors and much less travel money, which only allowed 145 attendees from 42 countries. And from nearly half of these countries, only one person was able to attend. The working group learned in Rio that we needed to work harder to raise funds for the 2008 conference in Seoul. We needed to support travel for teams from low-income countries. In the United States, we ran an application and selection process to choose our 5 delegates, and many who were not selected really wanted to attend. This created a way to get more money because we did not want rich Americans to dominate the conference. So I told the other people that they could join the US team only if their institution paid for their travel, plus provided $5,000 for travel from 2 participants from developing countries. And I contacted other universities and national labs in the USA and invited them to provide donations and become official sponsors of the conference. We got 53 sponsors and $100,000 for travel. This funding made it possible to have over 280 attendees from 57 countries. Jackie Beeman Keene wired the money from the USA to Korea. This took 4 days because the bank only allowed $25,000 to be wired each day. When I arrived, the Korean organizers handed me about $1,100 bills, a stack 11 centimeters thick. I thought it was not safe to leave the money in my hotel room. Fortunately, no one knew how much money I was carrying everywhere I went, and I used it to reimburse many participants for their travel costs. Producing a proceedings for each conference was part of the working group's strategy to maximize the impact and lead to action. The proceedings would allow others to learn about the conference. The conference impact would be able to continue after our 3 wonderful days in Paris. By publicizing the conference resolutions, which Marcia mentioned, the proceedings could lead to action to overcome barriers to women in physics. It could also describe the situation for women in each country, feature the inspiring plenary talks, and include abstracts of the research posters. It could also capture the ideas from discussions of 6 important topics that Marcia mentioned. We invited each country to submit in advance a 2-page country paper in English, the conference's official language, and to present a poster in Paris about the situation for women in their country. This request created a problem. English was the native language for only about 12 of the countries, less than 20%. I know that I could not write a paper in Chinese, French, Spanish, German, Japanese, Arabic, or any other language. Most of the country papers needed editing into clear English quickly because we wanted to hand out a booklet of them in Paris. So much to do, not enough time. So I asked my mother to help. With bachelor's and master's degrees in physics, she edited half the papers, I edited the other half. She enjoyed reading them and helping their authors write them better in English. The booklet was printed and given in Paris to each team. And so here we have the first printed set of country papers. For the official proceedings volume, we contracted with AIP Press. They have produced many proceedings for physics conferences, and the first Women in Physics proceedings was the 628th. I was the scientific editor and collaborated with an early career physicist, Donchi Li, or Li Donchi. We also hired an excellent technical editor, Kathy Kacher, to do the detailed editing and prepare the final version for printing. We did have a small controversy with AIP about the cover. AIP asked what we wanted for the cover. We said the photo of attendees, the photo of 300 physicists that Marcia showed you, 85% of them women, of many races, ethnicities, ages, and nationalities, really captured the essence of the conference. And here we have that proceedings book. Let's see if I can make it there. Sorry about that. Anyway, AIP said something like, physics proceedings don't have photos of people on their covers. Fortunately, we won that argument. And the habit of featuring a photo of attendees continued for our proceedings. And we have, here's proceedings number 2. Whoops. Anyway, proceedings number 2, and so on. We wanted to make everything associated with the conference available anywhere in the world, so even to people who could not attend. So we printed 500 copies, sent them to attendees, IUPAP liaisons, and others. We also paid AIP to make our proceedings available for free download from their website. We were probably the first conference to do that. AIP usually sells copies of the proceedings to other people and organizations, but we knew that interested people in many countries could not possibly afford to pay. For the first proceedings, we needed to invent everything. For later conferences, we basically followed the same model. The country papers in each volume enable us to see how the situation for women in physics has changed in many countries from conference to conference over the years. In nearly all of the countries, the situation has gotten better. Preparing for this talk, I found the reviews from our first proposals for funding. They were the worst reviews of any proposals I have written. One reviewer said, quote, "When I tried to manage what would come out of this proposed conference, I see a report and not much else. And what would this report lead to?" Unquote. Now, 25 years later, we can answer that reviewer's question. Working Group 5, its conferences and the conference proceedings have helped drive huge changes in IUPAP and in the physics communities of member and non-member countries. Congratulations to IUPAP, Working Group 5, and their leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Hang on. May I invite you back?
So when I was asked by our Chinese Physical Society to attend that first meeting in Washington, I thought, well, it just happens that I was invited to visit the University of Maryland for a couple of months, and I said, okay, I'll go. I didn't know what I was in for. Then I received an email from Jackie and said, please provide the statistics of the women in physics in China. And I thought, my God, where on earth am I going to get these statistics? There's no published data on such matters in China. So, well, first I approached my own institute and got some data. And then I pestered all my friends and colleagues to supply some data, which I then compiled. And was I shocked? You see, statistics shows it all. So first from my institute, I thought that previously China was pretty good in equality and equal opportunities for women in working in all fields. You know, we have women bus drivers, etc. And then you see in my institute, this is only comes from the internet, the number of women was going down. And as for the senior staff, you see, it's going down even further. Now you see this seems to be the number of associate male professors going down. The reason because they had all been promoted to full professors. See, so that's gone up. But for the women, I'm sorry. Although I looked at the data from our National Foundation, the National Science Foundation in China. Again, you see the number of women who could get grants was pitifully low, lower than the average. And what about undergraduates? Well, this is interesting because I got this from my alma mater, Peking University, and they even have this complete data from the 30s on. But you see, when I was in college, it was about 20% women, not bad. And then it dropped drastically to, at that time, in 1990, just 5%. And another university, Nanjing University, you see, it's still pretty low, about 10%. These are anomalies due to interruption from the Cultural Revolution, etc. But you can see the general trend that the proportion of women in physics, even at the graduate and undergraduate level, was rather low. So then, armed with these statistics, I went to the conference, and I was really happily surprised that I learned a lot from that meeting. You can see that, unfortunately, Fukuyama was not in this picture because he took the picture. But there's one thing I remember deeply what he said. In Japan, when one university said they were considering enrolling woman physicists, the male faculty said, but we already have one woman on the faculty. I remember that to this date. So Then I looked at the PhD student enrollment in that institute, and strangely enough, this was going up. You see, from the year 2000, the ratio of women PhD students was going up. And similarly, in other universities, I have a lot of data, but there's no time to show you all that. This is in Shanghai, Jiao Tong University. But then if you look at the middle schools, you see that at that time, all the students took the same subjects. So obviously, the same number of girls taking physics as the boys. But the number of girls who went on to do physics in college was always pretty low, 20% average. So what happened? This is the first leaky pipeline. So why is the ratio of female graduate students increasing? Because they do better in the exams? Well, that's true too. But for the wrong reasons, it's because it's more difficult for them to find jobs and the men score lower in exams. Well, we don't want that either. And looking at the other end, I thought it would be interesting to see the ratio of the retired professors. So you can see it's in Tsinghua University, MIT of China. So the percentage of women is highest here as a senior engineers because they had to retire early. The men, full professors, could retire later on. So they have a pretty high ratio, but the women had to retire early. So what led to this situation, which is quite different from when I was still in college because of the changing policies of the opening up, which had good, mostly good effects, but also some bad side effects, which included especially job discrimination. Age discrimination was because of young investors' grants, it seemed to be equal, 35 for both men and women, but obviously that is not equity. And the early retirement age for women. And before, all the institutions and factories had their own nurseries and kindergartens, and these were greatly reduced after the opening up. So when we established our first working group in 2002, the preliminary steps we took was a special issue of our physics magazine. Every March we have this March 8th issue articles on women in physics. And we have the annual roundtable meeting on women in physics. Another major move that we did was to submit a proposal to our National Science Foundation to extend this age limit in certain grant applications. And we were happily surprised that they actually extended the age limit from the suggested 2 years to 3 years. And then in World Year of Physics, we did quite a bit outreach work, and we established the Shakespeare Prize for Women and the lecture tours for female physicists, and this will be described in more detail by Kujian in her talk. I'd like to show you this, which was designed by a graduate student from Peking University. And in this issue, I also wrote an article in Chinese, of course. You have to start teaching physics to them when they're kids. The Chinese people will understand this meaning of this. But for our World Year of Physics, we did 2 posters, a total of 51 posters, and one on the women in physics in the world and women in physics in China. And I should also mention women in physics in Asia. So the AAPPS, Asia Association of Asia Pacific Physics Societies, also started having working group roundtable discussions, etc. And then this workshop which I organized in 2010. What have I learned from this? Well, one of the happiest results that I would like to tell you about is that in 2015, I received an email from my mother. She said her daughter had got very high marks and wanted to start physics in college, but her father disapproved it. What's a girl doing physics for? And the application date was the next day, so she was really in a panic and asked me, I don't know, she must have found my name from the website. So of course I said, you should let your daughter make her own decision. And of course, physics is the best subject to study. So a couple of weeks later, she sent me an email with the admission certificate. And she actually came to see me in 2015 to our institute. And this is a picture, the girl, she's in the middle, that's and admitted to the University of Science and Technology of China. And then she got admitted to Johns Hopkins University. She's now studying astrophysics there. And she just came to see me this June. Another outreach program that we did, and it's in collaboration with the Optica, American Society, Optical Society of America, the student chapter. We went down to the school in the suburbs of China for migrant workers. So they have really very poor educational facilities. And this I'd like to show you because this was one of the a very nice photo of mother and daughter looking at one of our posters in the World Year of Physics. Thank you very much.
Good. So would anyone like to ask questions at this point? Silvina and Lilia, I know that if you would like to break people into groups to have a question and answer session. Do you want, no? Okay, let's take general questions. I can see a hand raised high. If you raise a hand, and of course, we can operate in both Chinese and English. We can do a little bit of Zulu if you would like. Portuguese, Spanish. Do we have any questions? Okay, I'll repeat your question. Oh, you've got a microphone.
Yeah. A little bit more information on the whole business of retirement age of women professors versus men professors over recent years.
Lingan, would you like to answer that?
The question was yes. Yes, that's a sensitive issue because in China, for workers in general, it used to be 55 for women and 60 for the men because that is for manual workers. But for,
So I'll just tell you, we really can't hear the answer online.
Is it better now? If I speak closer?
Yes, it's better.
Hello. Yes. So the difference from various institutions, at one time it was in our institute and throughout many universities that if you only reached associate professor at the age of 55, for women you had to retire, but for the men it could be 60. But if you managed to reach a full professor, it used to be the same for men and women alike. That's 65. But you see, at the age of 55 for women, that's just the age when they are freed from childcare and housework, but then they have to retire. So, but now the government is considering to change this. So in our institute, I think you have a choice for women. You can retire at 55 if you're only an associate professor, but you still have to retire at 60 if you are not a full professor.
I would like to make some comments if nobody else is going to ask. So thank you very much for all the participation of everybody here. I wanted to talk a little bit about my own experience going to this first Women in Physics conference, which was really an eye-opener for me. I had never heard about the Old Boys Club or the Caesars diagram, so I went back
to Argentina with lots of ideas. I gave talks, and people there said we have to solve other more urgent problems in developing countries rather than gender balance. And then we understood that whenever there is an inequality, is worse for women. So it's something that you need to solve all the time. But some things that I remember that were a little funny, we found some, I went to this session on regional differences. And so there were differences between Northern Europe and Southern Europe, with larger proportion of women in Southern Europe compared to Northern Europe. And so I remember a Swedish physicist who said, well, maybe it's because in Southern Europe, the Madonna figure is so strong. So like the Virgin was very strong, and that was why there were more women in physics, which to me sounded a little funny. And then I remember another thing, Sumati, I think, from India. She said, in India, you have a relatively large number or proportion of women at early stages in their studies. But then for postdocs, you already have a smaller number, because it depends a lot on whether they get married and the attitude of husbands with respect to women, whether they let them work on their fields. But also she said, maybe we have more women in India because we don't have to take care of trying to find a husband while we are students. In other countries, women spend a lot of time doing that. In our case, it's our family. So that's some funny things that I heard in that conference that was really amazing. And that's why I became acquainted with IUPAP. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I know that in one of the next sessions, Professor Kui Jianjin is going to be speaking, but I'd like to ask the audience a question before you speak, if I may, and that would be to ask the audience, what proportion of women, what percentage of women are there in physics majors in postgraduate work? Would you like to hazard a guess? I'm sure you will bring figures, you will bring data to this. In China.
Maybe the girls present could raise their hands if they are a student, PhD student or master student in physics.
Do we have any PhD students here?
你们举手吗？谁是学生吗？啊，大胆一点。
Don't be shy. This is a safe space. Nobody is going to tell you that your answer was wrong or anything like that. So is there a guess about, is it half and half, men and women? Yes, please let us know.
I have a guess. It's like 30, 70.
30, 70.
Yeah,
About 30% women.
30.
Yes, among the students, the masters and postgraduates.
Yes, I guess.
Thanks. So we've got...
You said 30%.
30%, yes. Would you like to put an error bar on that? Let's say plus or minus 5%.
Can you repeat it? I can't understand
Is
your
that
question.
30% plus 5% minus 5%?
Okay, maybe 10%, maybe.
Okay, good. It's always the physicists who say, but where are the error bars? So now may I ask the more senior women in physics present from China to guess what the percentage is of women in physics in China in the more senior levels, full professors, maybe associate professors. Would you like to take a guess? 16? 10%. 10%? And would you like to give an error bar? Plus 10, minus 10? 3%? Okay, thank you very much. I think part of what we've just demonstrated is that as scientists, we do want to know the data. And as women in physics, we do want to make decisions based on sound evidence, sound scientific evidence as we move forward. It's certainly not the case that one wants to implement measures without knowing the background data. So, are there other questions and answers for example, Ling An's presentation? Yes. Yeah. I think that is Xingxing. So I see that there is a race. Yes, please, your question.
Yes, so we got a lot of nice statistics on statistics of women in undergrad. But particular for when I started my undergrad, the thing that happened was that when we started, we were about 30% women. And by the end of the first year, that had dropped down to 10%.
Okay, right.
So these statistics for undergrad, they changed significantly, at least in Denmark, they changed significantly.
Yes.
And this is mainly not due to professors and teachers and lecturers, but due to the fellow students that you start in your class with. So the theme and the tendency in Denmark is that a lot of the men that start university for their undergrad have never encountered women in their studies because they go to a technical school before they go to university, and women don't tend to go to technical schools. They go to the sort of more generalized high school experience where there's a more even gender balance. So a lot of men that come into physics never encountered women before. They tend to not be the nicest about it. And when you first start, that's kind of a hurdle to encounter this. When you get past the first year mark, then it's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's just to ask to sort of bring this into consideration when you're looking at these
Thank you very much.
statistics.
I think what we're seeing is the environment is extremely important. Now, I would like to wrap up the discussion. Marcia has a comment.
To make a comment about this, there's this study done in the United States that shown that after the first year of physics 1, you know, the first physics you get, the women have a self-image much lower than the men students have a self-image. Means that the women that got grades A, they think they deserve C, while the boys with grade C thinks they deserve A. And this is reinforced by the system because in the physics 2, this goes even down because women are not seeing women. They are not seeing women professors. So they think I'm misplaced. So environment is very important. How we treat each other is it's not a minor thing. It's a major factor.
So two things come out of this. We, you and I, will make a better environment for everyone. And the second is, you'll see that a physics identity develops. It's not I'm a man or a woman, it's I'm a physicist. Now I'm going to hand over to Lilia because we are coming near to the end of the session.
Okay, so please, I call Marcia and Lynn, please come with me. So, on behalf of all the work you did, we are very thankful for you, and because we really appreciate your work. You did a great job. You are changing. You contributed very much to transform our community, and we want to give you this present just on behalf to thank you, just a symbolic thing. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can I explain? Okay, so I just gave an explanation, brief explanation. So this is made with a paper prepared with a pre-Hispanic cultures in Mexico. It's called amate. So it's just smashed. The cortex of our tree is smashed, and they prepare this like this. And this is also a brother with a small animal there. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, really appreciate it. So we have a break, so please take a break and we will continue. You will hear more about this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. This, we are going back on 3:35.
的看着你上海。好了，开始。
Coming back, I'm just moving my stuff.
the Korean啊，你为什么有那个绿的？
稍等啊，
给我这打下来。
您稍等。
我互相挂了。Okay, thank you.
如果他讲完，我看时间完之前，可能他结束之前，把他那么是讲单独。谁让我说的？对，我听着讲的是就是不想我不是都我也让我。原来没想到这个也很认真，提前后边主要所以我讲的是，但其实我讲不了什么，我讲完让我们注意。对，所以我们讲到这儿的时间，而且方首先方的我想哪对我没有过来的，所以我觉得不要太我理解。但是对那会儿会其实会没关系。这个不能哪个是能所有的人所有的人都看好，我是从那上来的，或者下面就好了。问的是你很就在这儿，我在跟你约时间呢，我带回家。你用微信吗？现在？是，真的，咱俩没有微信。对，所以我就觉得我不做这个，还有可以。
15 minutes. Yes. So that you want to. Yeah. Yes, before, but I think I can outside long, but if just remember.
电脑机里有没有电脑？这大屏不能投屏，不能投屏吗？加他那个，对呀，对呀。但是他那个把那个网络搁到后边不行吗？搁到后边做一个天线，然后给两个电脑充电呢，不网络。我好像他们在网这个不这样说，那我问我那个一个网他们两个设备用吗？两个端不能用吗？加路由器吗？还需要加电脑吗？ 你跟他抓紧，他这边用不了中午，其他东西要搞好。是，用不了中午不要紧，其他东西要搞好啊。对，把网络，这个网不要打我这个网这个，先把那边解决好了，然后这边结束很多。
Okay. Hello. We are going to start the second part of this session. So please. So it is my great pleasure to introduce Q Yuan Jin. She is a former member of the working group Women in Physics. We met there, right? I don't actually remember, we were in Melbourne, I think. Yes, where we met. So she is currently the chair of the working group, the Women in Physics group of the Chinese Physical Society. So thank you very much. She's going to talk about women in physics in China. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank Lydia's introduction. First, before my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to greatly thank Working Group 5 of IUPAP to agree that we have this IUPAP CAS Women in Physics the combined forum. So, and all our working group of Chinese Physical Society sitting here. So these are all our members. So, because Ling An already talked about the history of our Women in Physics working group of CPS. What I'm going to talk about is some effort this working group have done within the recent 10 years, and them who have done this work. I'm going to go through this, go through these items. The first, talk about a little bit about the Xie Prize for Women in Physics in China, and then the roundtable. So today is also our roundtable, usually held in CPS for meeting. And then as the question by Eagle, then I'm going to give the answer about the investigation of female percentages of each levels. And then I'm going to introduce, maybe this is the main point of my talk, the lecture told by female volunteer physicists, and maybe something more. The CPS Beijing Working Group on Women in Physics was established in 2002 to promote and award excellence of women in physics in China. We set up Xie Prize for Women in Physics in 2007. Xie she was the former president of Fudan University, a member of Chinese Academy of Science, and had made prominent contribution to promoting the development of education and physics research in China. So we named this prize with her name. The prize winner will receive the award during the convening of CPS 4 meeting every 2 years. And these are some previous winners of this Xie Prize. You can find some familiar faces here. And Lingan is here. Ruan is here. Manling is here. Okay, and then we to share the problem we met during our work or even life, we hold the all fund the solution. We hold the Women in Physics Roundtable Forum in CPS at each forum meeting, and this is some roundtable meeting we hold during the past. This is 20 and 18th in Dalian. And this is last year we hold it in Ningxia. Yeah, and then we made, I was elected as the chair of Women in Physics Working Group in 2015. So from then on, we start our working group, start a work of investigation on female percentages of each levels. The data was collected in 13 universities and 2 institutes of China in 2016. This may be too complicated. We just directly go to this figure. We can see the percentage of the undergraduate student, graduate student, PhD student, assistant professor, associate professor, full professor, and academician. And we can clearly see that the higher the level, the larger the gender gap. So let me answer the question about the percentage of the undergraduate student. It's right, 20. So 30 plus minus 10 is correct. Okay, and we have more for the master degree. You may ask, okay. I won't bring up question. You will. Okay. And then it goes just linearly down the percentage with the level. Then to encourage more girls and women staying in the field of physics and to encourage them to play a more important role in the development of physics, our working group of women in physics in CPS Beijing organized week-long free lecture tour to remote areas every year from 2013, reporting the frontier in physics research and hopefully setting the role model for girls. And this is the, we have been talking in the lecture, all our working group members, we give the lecture. And this is the audience in Guizhou in 2013. And this is the middle school in Yunnan, in the University of Yunnan in 2016, and Henan University. And last year, we went to the Zhejiang province and Hangzhou province. So, and the Zhejiang province and the Jiangsu province. And this is the picture we took in the talk. We can see the light in their eyes and the passion for physics in their heart. And these are the audience for these are two middle school. Yes, and the students ask questions. So after being 11 provinces of China, we made our free lecture tour to in 2024 up to the northeast of China, Heilongjiang province. Okay, this is the places we have been, our lecture tour. And in the Longjiang trip, we have spent 1 week in 3 universities and 6 high schools in 3 cities, given 35 talks in physics. And this is the audience. So it is the passion for physics from students which inspire us and keeps us continuing this free lecture tour every year. We do hope all our effort can improve a little bit the situation of the women in physics in China. So in our term, this term, the Women in Physics Working Group, the current work, we are doing new investigation of this year. The data haven't collected completely, so I won't show it here, but we are looking for the new data and new figures. Again, I want to say something more that, I was happy, I'm happy to share this news. I was elected as a member of Chinese Academy of Science at the end of last year. And I hope this can narrow the highest gender gap a little bit. And then this is the issuing of the certification by the president of Chinese Academy of Science, President Hou Zhenguo. And after the issuing of the certification, I was interviewed by the China newspaper named China Daily. And I also talk about the importance of women in physics in China, as well as in television of Hubei television, named the program named Hello Science, which was showed on August 30 this year. And I also mentioned our free lecture tour by our volunteer physicists, and as well as the importance of women in physics. I took this final slides from the website of For Women in Science, and this word, the world needs science, and science needs women. So I would like to thank the support from CPS Beijing, and especially thank Working Group 5 of IUPAP for a role model for us. And thank you all for your attention. That's all for my talk. Thank you.
Okay, so the session is open for questions. Any questions? Silvina, please.
I wanted to ask you if high school students in China need to take courses in physics. Is an obligation, or is it something that is optional? All of them take courses in physics, or is it optional?
Okay, that's a very good question. It changed with time. Because each province, they have different examination for the university, like SAT of United States, you know what I mean? We have our examination. So if the province have rules that this is something the examination of physics you have to take, then more students take the course. But if it's selectable, then there will be less students take the course. So.
And what about the fraction of women? Do you know or not?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a new challenge for us to have the investigation of the middle school. We really, yeah, we don't have, yes. Yes.
We all know that the rate of change in China is very fast, but the rate of change of the phase is also pretty fast. So we have to update our statistics.
Yeah. Yes. Please.
You show that for the undergrad level, the low numbers, and then you have a jump for the master. That's completely the opposite.
Yes, that's
what I showed.
What's the reason? I know your question. Let me find that page.
Reason for that? It's this graph. Yeah, this
one.
Like
I know why you say they have increase here and going down. It actually it's not something in good side. It's something in bad side. Because for undergraduate students to find a job, I think female students may have more difficulties to find a job, and then they choose to continue in their study. Yes.
Yeah, this is a very serious problem because, as I said, policy changes a lot in China, and so women have to consider when are they going to have children. And now policy in China says encouraging women to have 2 or even 3 children, whereas before you were restricted to having only 1. So women have to get married earlier and have their children.
Thank you. There is a question. Yes, please, Iris. Yes. Cyrus? Yes.
Hello, thank you very much for this amazing talk and for this amazing presentation and all the work that you have done and that all of you have done. I wanted to ask you, what is your next step? What is your next plan? And how can we help you on that way?
Yeah, that's a very good question. The first step, we are taking the new investigation, and all data will be collected at the end of this month. After that, we may try to write up something like proposal, like Lingan have done in the past, and with ask the agreement of Chinese Physical Society, and maybe sign with the Chinese Physical Society to give some suggestion about the policy or something. Lingan had done amazing work in the past because we have a foundation for young scientists, and they have the age limit is 35, and then we wrote up a proposal to increase the age limit for women by considering the time they have given by giving birth and nurturing and something. And then we apply for 38 for women. And then the National Science Foundation of China, they very supportive. They just raise it to 40. So that's something we could do. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. We have to continue with the plan. So we thank very much.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much for the great work.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gillian Butcher from the United Kingdom, and I'm the IUPAP Vice President with responsibility for gender. And it is my pleasure to chair this next part of the session, which is looking at the impact and the activities of working groups and women in physics throughout the regions. So we've just heard some of the fantastic activities that have been going on in China, and we'll be hearing about 3 other regions from IUPAP. So it's my pleasure that we have speaking about Africa. We have, you've already met Professor Igor Gledhill, and for Latin America and the Caribbean, Professor Lilia Meza Montes. And then for broader Asia, I've got Prajwal Shastri, who will be speaking about these different regions. Now, I know that they do not just report back from what is happening in these regions, but they themselves are incredibly active and really proactive in making sure that things are happening within these regions. So it's a real pleasure, and it's a pleasure for me to be able to call them friends as well. So I first of all invite Igor to come up and tell us about Africa, what's going on there.
Thank you. Let's find the Africa presentation. So please don't hesitate to use the cards to tell me when I should be wrapping up Africa. There we go. Okay. I will start by just saying that I'm speaking about the love of physics in Africa, which is a driving factor on this very special occasion, and say lives are changing. I'll show you a couple of photographs on the way through. This is one of the earliest. This was the first Edward Bouchet International Conference on Physics and Technology, and this involved physicists from Africa meeting. And you will see some characters that you may know. People from the USA might recognize Professor Jim Gates over there. Now, it is difficult for women in Africa in physics to communicate with one another. There are over 50 countries in Africa, but more than that, the land area. It's not always realized just how big the land area is. This red part is in fact China in equivalent land area. This brown part is the United States in equivalent land area, and we've fitted in India and most of Europe there. These blue lines are the undersea cables giving us the access to the internet, and the red lines are the links that link across Africa. And the scale, the legend, shows you population density. It is not easy to speak, for example, with our colleagues from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and that is over here, just under the Congo River there. So I have a couple of things to say. These are the countries that have been participating in Working Group 5 activities from Africa. And the country team leader system works. It really, really works. These 2 golden countries are ones where we've had additional speakers from Benin, Madagascar at IUPAP events. But you can see that, that this is a larger number of territories than the 5 territorial members who are paid up in IUPAP. So women have been driving participation in this part of the world. Many of these countries have a very active group for women in physics up and running. In some countries, there may be only 1 or 2 women in physics. For example, in the Republic of Congo, not the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I would indicate to you that both religious expectations and family expectations can dominate in Africa. And government policy is super important. It can be enabling, as in South Africa, where our constitution has really made enormous changes or extremely disenabling in terms of gender, and that's broader gender as well. So do let me know when it's 5 minutes and shout if I'm not looking. Right. Let me talk a little about IUPAP activities in Africa. The Conference on Women in Physics is designed to bring women in low and low middle income countries together, either real or virtual. This is absolutely vital. Thank you, first team members, for doing this. Thank you, Bev, if you're online. Sometimes this is the first time a woman has ever traveled to go to a conference. And we have seen, for example, women in complete hijab from the Middle East. There are travel grants and technology grants. The technology grants allow one to buy data. This is the continent on which data is the most expensive in the world. How can you attend virtually if you can't afford the data? Travel for a team leader, including all meals. The technology grant could include a router to allow you to connect, or travel to a place where you can connect, or a screen so that people can get together. And leadership roles in the conference have been rising. Thank you. The developing country sessions, where developing countries get together, are extremely interesting. It's sometimes the first time we ever meet one another. The proceedings may be the first paper a woman has ever published in physics. There's usually a regional meeting for Africa. And the future of meetings way of doing things allows people, even people in PERDA, I haven't seen someone from PERDA yet, because of course I wouldn't, but people to have time and space to meet informally and find out that we are not alone, even if we're the only woman in physics. Lives, I've seen lives changed by this conference. And the conference has come to Africa, to South Africa in 2011. What an occasion that was, what stories we have to tell from that conference. And the international project that came from originally a proposal to the International Science Council, ISC, when it was still ICSU, and that originated with, I think, prompting from Bruce McKellar as the president of IUPAP, who got IUPAP to put in a proposal, but also got 7 other unions, as well as UNESCO, Gender Insight, and the Organization for Women in Science in the Developing World. How many projects do you know that actually collect 8 disciplines in terms of their scientific unions and address 2 of the Sustainable Development Goals, Goals 4 and Goals 5? And the occasion of meeting to look at the survey that we took was also a very exciting event. These are the people who looked at the proposed questionnaire and said, does it apply to Africa? And we actually had to add questions to the questionnaire. Is your life affected by war or conflict? Is your health affecting your life compared to men? And of course, this was a survey of women and a survey of men, so we could understand that. This happened on a beach. Of course, people go walking together, and there was a great deal of hard work done in this respect. And people came in traditional dress. As you can see, some of you may recognize Francesca Neke or Keke there. Also a Nobel, how many Nobel Prizes in Africa do we have for women in physics? So Francisca is a L'Oreal UNESCO Prize winner. So what have we accomplished through the getting together of IUPAP, Women in Physics, and Africa? What have we brought to each other? I don't speak in terms of inclusion, because that means we are including you. I tend to speak in terms of what have we brought to each other. We have brought expanding communities to the continent, and the data that has been requested and come through for the conference means that people survey their countries and say maybe our numbers have risen from 5 to 10 women in physics, but we know the rising numbers through those proceedings papers. One of the most important things is you are not alone. The challenges are discussed, the solutions are discussed. Ways of understanding gender in science and talking about it can be embarrassing, especially for certain cultures to discuss what's happening. And it can be embarrassing for men to approach the subject. How do you behave? Will anyone be offended? Papers to publish, work to be done, opportunities to collaborate, the determination to think together and find solutions, the opportunity to put forward major conferences and to participate in major projects, the transdisciplinarity that comes out of this, and a life change, promotion, success, engagement. Before I walk away, I wanted to make a special acknowledgement to Jackie, who may now be disembarking from her plane because she knew every country team leader. And we wouldn't be in exactly the same place without her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igor, for that inspiring presentation. And I now ask Prajval, would you like to come and present for covering the region of Asia?
Thanks. So thank you very much. And I will show a little bit, a sliver of the kind of activities that are going on in the Asian region, a selective sliver, I should say, which I think are primarily driven by the work of the Working Group 5, standing on the shoulders of giants. Some people may say we need a different metaphor, but I'm happy to use that one. It was an absolute pleasure to put this together along with my friends Anisa Kamar, who's not here, from Pakistan, and Ruwimpang, who's here. So Asia is the largest, most populous continent, covers about 30% of the world's land area, home to nearly 60% of the global population, a region of vast diversity, featuring a wide range of languages, cultures, situated within dramatic geographical contrasts, and houses some of the fastest growing economies. The histories of Asian countries have been intertwined for eons, and the real connections between people of trade, of cultural exchange, intellectual exchange, and science, philosophies, and technologies were ruptured only in the relatively recent colonial and post-colonial centuries. We also must keep in mind that there is a large range in metrics, such as the Human Development Index, both across countries and within countries. So what are the challenges? What are the challenges, of course, specifically to women in physics and to the question of gender equity in physics? Gender stereotyping, discrimination in educational institutions and research institutions, lack of equal access to quality education, discriminatory financial constraints, discriminatory societal expectations, and the lack of women role models. I will list some Working Group 5 driven milestones for gender equity across the region. So Korea had its National Women in Physics Working Group in 2002. over 2 decades of surveys, site visits, regular Women in Physics sessions in conferences. In Iran, PhD students of physics reached gender parity of numbers as of 2015. Japan, they instituted an award for fostering gender equity in 2009. Both Japanese physics societies had women presidents, Setsuko Tajima in 2020 and Mutsuko Hatano in 2021. China, this is a repeat. You already saw the beautiful slides that were presented in the previous session. So Women in Physics Working Group in 2002 and regular physics lectures to students in remote areas, really trying to get to the root cause. And I won't go into more because Kwizansian has already shown these. South Asia, a National Gender in Physics Working Group in India was constituted in 2017. South Asia's first interdisciplinary conference on gender in physics in 2019, inspired by the EQUIPS. That conference launched the Hyderabad Charter for Gender Equity in Physics, which now has the endorsement of over about 550 Indian physicists, meaning physics PhDs. The first IUPAP Women in Physics South Asia Regional Conference happened in Islamabad in 2016. The second one happened in Kathmandu, 2019. And Pakistan also organized the IUPAP E-Conference in 2022. Pakistan in 2017 and Nepal in 2024 are now members of IUPAP, thanks to the Working Group 5 member efforts. So to summarize or distill experiences from these countries, institutions typically resist acknowledging discrimination within. Sure. And hold, quote unquote, external societal norms as the cause for the gender disparity. However, this notion is contrary to the evidence. Many individual women, of course, strive to overcome the barriers faced and mentor youngsters to do the same. But real, significant, meaningful progress requires institutions to step away from the fixing the women approach. Institutions must take responsibility to address their own systemic barriers. Institutions must hold themselves accountable by constant monitoring that is transparent. So a few recommendations: gender sensitization at all levels, especially senior management and funders, institutional accountability towards gender parity at all levels, in hires, in awards, enabling and funding the national physical societies to promote gender equity, strong investment in equal access to science education, school level upwards for all, teaching all students, meaning of all genders, in schools, that persons of any gender can excel in physics. Strong scholarship programs must be instituted for the study of physics. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prajval. And we will be taking questions at the end. But if we can now pass on to Lilia, who'll be talking about initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, Lilia.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the impact of the IUPAP gender policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. So this is our region. You can see that it has a mainland and some island here in the Caribbean and along the coast of the continent. So the region has a population of 670 million inhabitants. The languages mainly are Spanish and Portuguese, plus more than 500 indigenous languages. So as all the rest of the regions, we are very diverse and very different across the region. So unfortunately, 30% of the population lives in poverty, and the average percentage of the gross domestic product invests in research and development is 0.6%. And to give you an idea about how these the differences across the country, more than 80% of this expenditure is used by Brazil. So the rest, the 20% is for the rest of the continent. So there are huge differences in this. So I would like to emphasize how important is the networking in the regional meetings, regional meetings during the equips. You will see here in Paris in 2002, this is the Latin American regional meeting, and you will recognize here Narcia, you see? Narcia is here, Silvina is here, and myself. And this is Angela Camacho from Colombia, and Lilian Alvarez from Cuba, and the rest are Ana Maria Chetov is here from Mexico, and so on. So the first time, in the first conference, we have 5 countries participating, and on the 7th equip, we have 12 countries, and this is our group photo because it was in Australia during the pandemic. So the number of countries is increasing, and that is a very good news for us. So I would like to present the impact in two different points of view. First, I think that it is very important that the activity of the working group create awareness in the community, physics community. So this led to discussions on gender issues and change in our culture, how we face, well, actually we started facing culture, gender in our societies. And from this, we now have in some countries statements, regulations, and this is very important. And also, on the other hand, it helped to nucleate persons interested on gender issues. In my personal case, I was invited because I was involved in gender issues since I was young, somehow, but I never looked at myself like a physicist. I was still thinking about the double journey and all those things, but never think of this about my own career. So that was very important for me. So this also created the country teams, and these country teams have created networks, as I'm going to explain now. And of course, this also, as we have seen in the other regions, we have now some activities related to this. So just to start, let me tell you how gender is addressed in some associations. For example, the Sociedade Brasileira de Física, they have a commission on justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, JEDI. So take note of this, the name JEDI. And the Mexican Physical Society follows now a code of conduct similar to the one given by IUPAP for the conferences that are sponsored by this society. So they were adapted to our legislation in Mexico. And also the Asociación Física Argentina from Argentina has a committee of gender working hard there, as we will see later. The Chilean Society also has a group, Women in Physics, and all of them have a page in the website about gender or diversity. Now, this is very interesting because how this network has grown across the time. So you can see here the Peru and Colombian case. They, in those cases, both cases, only one woman attended the IUPAP. But now they have a very active group in Peru, and they are now integrated to the Peruvian network of science, technology, and gender. And the same happened in Colombia, where just Angela, as you can see, Angela attended the conference in Paris, but now they have a very strong network across the country, different disciplines, not only physics. And the same happened in Mexico, where we have this also a network of science, technology, and gender. And with Silvina, we created this vitral science group with mathematicians and biologists and things like that. So we are going, we went beyond physics, and this, I think it's very important because it's very a strong group addressing many issues, not only about physics, but the science in general. And I would like also to remark that we are strongly collaborating with social scientists, that this is very good for us. Now, as has been pointed out before, this leads toward a friendly and supportive environment. I can tell you now that associations and institutions are more open to address gender issues. So I can remember when I came back from the first IUPAP, and I started talking about gender, and they were looking at me like, what? That is not physics. It's not important, as Silvina mentioned before. So now this is changing. I'm very happy about this. And also that we can observe that in the national executive committees, we have members of the Women in Physics teams. I can count one president, one vice president, and this is also very important for us. And more women recently are participating in these committees. And I want to point out the Argentina's case because the committee is gender balanced. So this is really wonderful news for us. And more male colleagues are participating. So this is one poster of an activity we have in Honduras Central. Now, so we are also working on promoting vocations and scientific culture, like these different activities. So these are for children, celebrating the International Day of Women of Physics, Women and Girls in Science. For example, in Peru, there are many contests. This was in Colombia, and many programs like this, Meninas na Ciencia, that Girls in Science in Brazil, which is a very popular and very successful program. And as part of it, you can see here that these rocket girls, that they start having this contest from small little girls to young girls. Okay, so just to one minute. So we have also activities for undergraduates. We have something from the IUPAP, for undergraduate, which is inspired by the same conference in the United States. We started this with a online conference, and now they have 7 states involved. And across the region, we have these professional skill workshops with started in Mexico, and then in Argentina, Colombia, Peru, and twice in Brazil. In Chile, it has to be online, and then Honduras. And they are inspired on the workshops we had during the IUPAPs. So this is there are some photographs of these activities. You can see that they are very active. And we also participated in the Gender Gap Project, and this is our meeting, and I have a book, we have a book and I want to give one volume to the working group China, please. Someone has to learn Spanish, sorry, but okay, so that's it. Okay, so, oops. So this conclusion are the same as on the rest of the regions. We need still to have to work hard, create teams on some countries. We got to involve more male colleagues, support from local associations, make the IUPAP resolution adopted, and we need funding for the activities. And thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you very much, Lilia, for that. And thanks to all three speakers. You can see that there's a lot happening around the world for women in physics. But do we have time for a few questions? Are there any questions from the audience or any of the speakers about any of the regions? I see over there. Can we have a microphone down at the front? No. It's always the way that it's furthest away from where the microphone is.
Maybe not so much a question, rather a comment to Igel, who mentioned, she raised the question, how many Nobel Prizes has been awarded or will be awarded to women in physics in Africa? And I think the question should be rather how many Nobel Prizes will be awarded to women in general. Until now, there are 227 Nobel laureates in physics. And up to 2017, 2 of them were women. And we have improved on that at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences a bit, because since 2017, there are 3 more women. And we are trying to do things at the Academy to improve this number, and we haven't really doing a good job. So I wonder if the working group of women in physics could give us some ideas how we could improve on those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That is a challenge for us, which we will. I hope someone's made a note of that. Igel, would you like to respond to that?
I can start with one of the classic ways of improving the receipt of prizes, and that is to make sure that the selection pool has candidates in it every time. To make sure that the selection pool, the number of women who are nominated is high enough to give a reasonable chance of someone being selected.
And also to follow up on that is, if there are not enough women selected, then you tell them to go back and find some more. It's not that the women aren't there or they aren't good enough. It's just that they haven't been found.
Oh, I wanted to say something. For example, when you have to pick speakers in people to invite for speakers, maybe you should make lists in which you place women first so that people can think of women.
Thank you.
I will think that the first step will be to come with women as reviewers. No?
I mean, putting women on committees does not help. I think you need to train and try. Everybody has biases, and the community has a bias, and women have that bias. And many times women that make it to top positions, they say, if I made it, other women should be able to make it. And so sometimes it's even worse to try to put women on committees. That's my own experience. But I think that you need a training of the committees and also provide a list of names for inspiration, for which we need a database.
I can say that at the U.S. Academy of Sciences, I would say we have a very high percentage of women working at the academies. And for us, diversity is non-negotiable. That's it. You can look at the U.S. delegation here. Last month, I brought 5 members delegation in mechanical engineering. Worldwide, there were 8 women in that General Assembly. 4 of them, they were Americans. I select them. So you need to bring women to review. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how many women do you have in your Academy of Sciences as employees, women with PhDs. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's probably very regional dependent. I think Prajval had.
I just wanted to briefly say that I fully agree with what Silvina just said, that women, 50% women in committees doesn't necessarily help. I presume that the prizes involve various steps, and it might help to have a diversity expert as observer on all those processes, so that they can put up the stop sign whenever the conversation gets down to discussing people rather than discussing their science.
Thank you. I think, Igor, did you want to come in?
There are many occasions on which one wants to find invited speakers and to find committee members or representatives. Working Group 5 can help, and the country team can help profoundly in saying, yes, here's a list of eligible women.
Thank you. Marcia, did...
There is a particular issue in the nomination for the Nobel Prize that's quite similar to what happens for the nomination of the World Academy of Science. Means that you nominate one person. And when you nominate, rarely you're going to have in your head as the first choice a woman. You only come to this to have a woman if in the form you have very big at the top of the floor, think about a possibility of having a woman, not in the small letters at the end. We want diversity, blah, blah, blah. Nobody reads the small letters, but in the big. In the World Academy of Science, we are fighting. I am fighting to have one election in which you only can suggest women. That's a fight, because rarely people will accept that. But I think we need to break the issue, bringing in small, big letters, saying, now think about women. So when I'm talking with all you, and you have the choice of indicating people to anything, I won't ask you just 10 seconds. The 10 seconds that when you start to think about the nomination, you think, is there a woman I can nominate? Just 10 seconds. And this will be a life change.
Thank you, Marcia. Did you want to follow up on that?
Maybe I can comment on that. I mean, one thing we are trying is, of course, to increase the number of women in the physics class, and because we need more women in the Nobel, so we can, because we elect the Nobel Committee within the physics class of the Academy, and there we are trying to get more women. And it's on. Oh, I need to hold it very close. Okay. Yes, we are trying to increase, of course, the number of women in the physics class of the Academy, and also in the Nobel Committee for Physics, because we think that is very important. But one thing we did last year, we are sending every year, we send out 3,000 letters to scientists around the whole world, asking for nominations. More than I think it's 3,300 letters. And some of you have probably received a letter that we have asked you for nominating. Last year, we decided to change the list of scientists that we had on that list to send out, to include many, many more women.
So we had many, many more women that we asked for nominations to this particular prize this year. It turned out that the number of women being nominated was much smaller than the year before, which was a very interesting and stunning understanding for us.
Do you know if the number of women that nominated others increased or not? No, because I got the letter and I didn't nominate anybody. I'm very sorry.
Okay. Well, I think we've got to move on. If we can just thank our speakers once again for their inspiring talks around the world. And I'll now hand over to Silvina, who'll be chairing the next part.
Thank you, Gillian. So now we are going to have two talks about IUPAP, particularly Working Group 5 and the gender and in general inclusion and diversity policies of IUPAP, to see what the current situation is, to say something about the future, and then will be the work of you to try to help us see how to advance with these policies. So first, I'm going to introduce the two speakers, Prajwal Shastri from the Raman Research Institute in India. She's an astrophysicist, and she will become the chair of working group number 5. And then Gillian Butcher will talk. She is from the University of Leicester, and she is currently the vice president of IUPAP with responsibility or not as gender champion, but she will become for diversity, inclusion, and equity. So please.
Thanks very much, Silvina, and a particular thank you to all my non-women colleagues and friends who have come here today. That is the prerequisite for us to do the kind of work that we want to do. So I'm from India, so I can afford to use this arcane English phrase before any Brits push back on me. I first want to, okay, so this is the problem we're trying to address, an imbalance of numbers along gender lines across the planet. I want to first ask the question, where would we want to be? It was most evocatively articulated way back in 2008 when I organized a formal discussion meeting on the gender inequity question in my institute as part of the International Year of Astronomy and the She's an Astronomer Cornerstone Project. So Geeta Sen, who's a very well-known sociologist from Bengaluru, chaired that session, and she said, She's an Astronomer is all about intonation. So we were at a time when it was like, she's an astronomer? Seriously? No, that's impossible. And we are now at a time when, oh, wow, she's an astronomer, how amazing. And where we want to be is she's an astronomer, just ordinary, regular. So we would like to be in a place where we can formally and ceremoniously dissolve the Women in Physics working group. I want to give a few examples of positive stories that might show the path ahead. So one is the 32nd meeting of the Indian Association for General Relativity and Gravitation on the theme of tensions in standard cosmology, which happened in 2022. And the important point is not that they achieved gender balance among their invited speakers and session co-chairs and so on, but that firstly, they did not claim that it was difficult to do so. And secondly, participants, which included stalwarts in the field, men and women, said it was one of the best conferences that they had attended. So that is the lesson. A second example is this project called Astro 3D, a multi-million-dollar national project in Australia over several years. and it was headed by Lisa Cooley, and it was intended to study the cosmos in 3 dimensions and understand the evolution of matter and energy in our universe. And some of you might recall that Lisa Cooley earlier had written a paper in Nature where she said, if status quo is maintained in Australia, the fraction of women at all levels will stay below 30% for at least another 60 years. In the Astro 3D project, they achieved gender parity within 5 years. This was due to core recruitment practices and retention practices. And some of the ideas are illustrated in these figures that are on this slide. So for example, in the middle are 2 pie charts, which show you the gender fraction for the advertised positions within the project. On top is the pool, and at the bottom is the selected. And she also shows the same pie chart for non-advertised positions, and you can see what the gender fraction is doing there. A third example is from the United States, the Hubble Space Telescope time allocation example. So the Hubble Space Telescope, as you know, puts out a call for proposals to observe with it every year, and it's a very competitive process. In 2014, the associate director of the Space Telescope Science Institute put out a report, published a report, where they found that 23% of men proposers succeeded, but only 19% of women proposers succeeded. And I can say that fixing the women approach to address this would be, let us have a proposal writing workshop for women. That's not what Space Telescope Science did. They tweaked their proposal, but they had 50% women on the panels. That did not address the problem. Then they had a social science team observe and scrutinize their process, and that team recommended anonymized review. And a team from the Space Telescopes Institute implemented this review over a year, getting buy-in from the community and so on. It was a lot of hard work, but the statistics are amazing. So here you see a histogram going from 2001 to 2011, 23% versus 19%. Then they tweaked the panels and also tweaked their proposals. It didn't make a difference. And then they had the anonymized review and it flipped the fraction. Not only that, also many first-timers got time of all genders on the Hubble Space Telescope. So for every planned intervention to mitigate inequity, we must ask the questions: is it addressing the root cause? Will it change the culture of our setting? And could it cause harm? For example, opinion on women-only awards is heavily divided, and some of us think that it could actually cause harm in some cultures because A, some women may not apply at all for such awards, and B, if such an award is given to a woman, it basically disqualifies her from getting any other much more general and therefore more prestigious award. So this is the problem. This is a cartoonized version of the problem. And the 3 examples that I just showed you did not do this, nor this. They looked at the evidence and tried to fix the tree, which is what we need to do going forward. So the Working Group 5 has come up with a Waterloo Charter for Gender Inclusion. One of the things, the charter actually encapsulates all that I have said so far, but we really need to ask, are we as physicists really constructing quote unquote merit in a way that actually promotes understanding of our universe in the best way? The current answer is no. An example from India, where on the left, top left, you see the fraction of women among physics PhDs who are employed in higher education in India, which is 19%, already a skewed number. And then if you go to the institutes of eminence, such as the Indian Institutes of Technology, it drops further. And institutes of further eminence, the TIFR and the Indian Institute of Science, which consider themselves as the top institutes for physics in India, the number drops to single digits. The same with another situation of eminence, the prestigious C.V. Raman Memorial Lectures. From 19%, it goes to single digits. Similarly, Academy Fellows and Governing Council members. By the way, full disclosure, I'm an alum of both the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and TIFR, so you can make what you will of that. So I want to quote from the Waterloo Charter: as long as the percentage of women in the next level of advancement does not equal the percentage of in the pool, equal opportunity cannot be considered to exist. I also want to show a result published in Nature last year for India Science Institution faculty along a different dimension of caste and of oppressed ethnicities. And the same trend is seen. Going bottom to top, you can take it from me that there will be no two opinions that it is going up in prestige. And you can see what is happening to the marginalized fractions. So I want to end with this. This study that was published in Science in 2015, and I want to quote from the study. We hypothesize that across the academic spectrum, women are underrepresented in fields whose practitioners believe that raw innate talent is the main requirement for success, because women are stereotyped as not possessing such talent. This hypothesis extends to African Americans underrepresentation as well, as this group is subject to similar stereotypes. And in fact, my previous slide as well. So this is just the same data. I've just put it in a way that you can see clearly what the data is telling you. On the x-axis is greater emphasis on brilliance of a discipline. On the y-axis is the fraction of women, PhDs, and the correlations are stunning. As you can see, physics is one of the biggest offenders in the natural sciences, which is in the top panel. Philosophy is one of the biggest offenders in the humanities and social sciences in the bottom panel. So I want to leave you with this quote: if you have come to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. Lila Watson is a representative of one of the first peoples of Australia. Thank you.
William, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm now going to talk a bit about the future of inclusion and diversity policies in IUPAP, which is really a beginning of really what are we going to do going forward. And it's not just about IUPAP, which could sound as if it's just very sort of looking in at ourselves, but as you can see that IUPAP has made a difference around the world. It makes an impact on individuals' lives. It makes an impact on governments, on practices of physics. So although we're looking at perhaps IUPAP, we really are meaning this is about all of us sort of in it together. So to begin with, as we've already heard about the beginnings of the working group of women in physics, there was an initial IUPAP resolution that we've heard of in 1999. And that mandate was revised in 2021. And you can see that all the things that are, you can't actually read, but there's now a large list of things that the Working Group 5 has been tasked with. And that's really more, it's not that they've been tasked with more, it's just that the working group has evolved. It has naturally taken on a lot of these activities. And so that's a reflection of the actual state of what the Working Group on Women in Physics is doing. So the Working Group in Physics has evolved over these years to incorporate all these other activities. But not just gender. So even within the Women in Physics conferences, there's been a lot of talk about, well, what do we mean about gender? Are we just talking about women in physics? We have broadened the discussions to broader ideas of gender, also other ideas of other underrepresented groups. And it's back in 2017, in the workshops held in the conferences, we had our first workshop on intersectionality, which we've held ever since. I think Prajval has led most of those. And there have been posters and EDI initiatives other than gender. And it's something which has certainly been evolving amongst a lot of the sort of westernized countries. And I just put, for instance, from a fact that I know that in the UK, the Institute of Physics, their Women in Physics policy committee evolved way back in 2004 to become the diversity committee. So it's the case in many places around the world that gender initiatives have naturally evolved into broader issues of diversity. And at the IUPAP centenary a couple of years ago, we had a session called Beyond Gender, where we had a number of speakers. You can see Lilia was there. And we were really talking about diversity and inclusion initiatives, covering quite a wide range of activities, whether that was talking about Indigenous populations, or whether we're talking about developing countries, or promoting diversity in the classroom. So you can see that IUPAP and the Women in Physics group has been thinking about these things in broader terms for a number of years. And if you go to the IUPAP web pages, a couple of years ago, the IUPAP strategic plan specifically incorporated inclusion and diversity. And these are just some of the statements that are put on the website, that we say that diversity has many dimensions, including race and ethnicity, gender, disability, sexual orientation, and socio-economic background, among others. So we're saying that there's a number of things that we're doing, and that we're broadening our diversity initiatives. So we're saying the right things, and we're talking about the right things. But we've just had the external review of IUPAP, and there are some comments made about diversity, which said that little to no efforts focused on other diversity, equity and inclusion initiatives. There were no accessibility guidelines on the IUPAP website, and no great effort is being made to make other genders feel included. And there were some key recommendations regarding the restructuring. So there are clearly things that we need to be doing. As you've heard, that we've been doing a lot on gender, and as IUPAP has had a huge impact, and the Working Group 5 has in itself made a huge impact on IUPAP. And just to point out, IUPAP is a member of this Standing Committee on Gender Equality in Science, which brings together a number of the scientific unions. And from that, we can share a lot of good practice and ideas. And it's a great opportunity for us to learn from other unions, but also for other unions to learn from us. So it's a great forum that we can actually discuss some of these ideas about how we go forward as a union, which is quite different perhaps from a national society. So we've been thinking about possible structures as to how so at the moment we have the Working Group for Women in Physics, and there's a vice president with responsibility for gender, which is me there's been a gender champion since 2011. So how do we move beyond that? How do we actually create a structure which is actually going to achieve some of these broader aims that we want to achieve? And I've suggested a structure here, that there's a committee which takes on board a number of people or a number of positions that could be of relevance, particularly for IUPAP, in how we incorporate some of these aspects. And what I think is very clear, and even more so from this celebration today, Working Group 5 is clearly working. It is doing a lot of things right, and we do not want to undo any of that good work, and I do believe that the Women in Physics should remain as a structure and as an identity to continue the excellent work that it's doing. But we do need to find other ways of making sure that we're diverse and inclusive in all that we do within IUPAP and within broader communities where we have influence, that we can actually make that happen. So I've put some ideas down, and I will be again returning to these for the IUPAP General Assembly, just so there's a heads up of some of the ideas that what such a diversity committee could do. And it's not too dissimilar really from the original mandate of the, in some ways, of the Working Group for Women in Physics. And it's to advise the IUPAP Executive Council to promote and implement, that being a key part of the things that are doing, so to promote and implement matters that will improve inclusivity in IUPAP and in its members, to collect and disseminate good practice. So we've already seen that there's been the Waterloo Charter. How can we make that more inclusive? How do we make that broader? And I put in here a statement about that we can assess projects or proposed from the community as to how we can actually advance inclusivity. This requires funding, so this will require a lot more thought. But these are just some of the ideas of how IUPAP can move forward for the next 25 years. To be honest, as I think has already been said, we really don't want there to be any necessity for a working group on women in physics in 25 years. But there are still plenty of things to do. So how do we go about making that happen and taking us forward? So on that note, we're then going to be having some questions for discussion. Now, within the IUPAP conferences, we usually have plenty of time to have workshops in which people get to know each other. There are small groups of people, and they really talk about the issues, have several opportunities over a couple of days to really think through the issues, come up with ideas, and try and formulate sort of priorities and come up with, as we've heard, resolutions to take to IUPAP. We don't quite have that luxury here today, but I'm hoping that people will take the time to discuss some of these issues. So I put together a few questions to consider, some of which are a bit more aimed directly at IUPAP. But we've already heard, so these are some topics which have come up at other Women in Physics conferences. Prajval's already mentioned some of them. So things like quotas, are they a help or a hindrance to, and if I put gender equality, but you could replace gender by any type of equality. Is there ever a case for having quotas? Prajval has nailed her colours to the mast. Says that they're not, but is there ever a case for them? Similarly for women-only initiatives. So we've heard from that there are some awards specifically for women in physics. Again, is that a good thing? It's obviously good in China, but so what are the conditions under which that is actually advancing? Is it gender equality, or is it hindering it in any way? Then other ideas, just making the Waterloo Charter more inclusive. What are we going to do and how are we going to do it? So one of the aspects of the Women in Physics group that we heard about was the collection of statistics. Now that in some ways is easy to do for gender, but what does that actually mean in terms of other ideas of diversity inclusion? That statistics themselves may not be the way forward. So how do we gather what might be called the qualitative data that tells us that yes, we are actually making progress other than just looking at basic statistics? And what does, we often use the term looking at gender with an intersectional lens. So what does that mean in practice? Where are the practices that you might do, or the processes that you have? So you might already be considering them in terms of a gender lens, but what does that mean in terms of an intersectionality lens? And what would be the mandate of a diversity committee? What should IUPAP be doing? What should it be focusing on to make sure that any diversity committee is just as successful as the working group on women in physics? So I'm going to invite you now. Silvina, do you have any further ideas?
No. I was wondering if people want to work in small groups,
and maybe we can be helpers, we here, and take notes, or if people would be more comfortable trying to discuss within the whole room. Usually we found it better in smaller groups, but I don't know how comfortable you are. Pardon me? Yeah, it's half an hour. Yeah, we can discuss.
We have half an hour for discussion, and then 15 minutes for bringing some of the ideas together.
I don't need 15 minutes, but
No, I think there's 15 minutes as well as the discussion to bring everything back together.
yes.
Yes.
So, yeah, so each angle, each of these little, it's, oh, they are leaving.
The thought of having to sit and discuss issues of gender diversity perhaps might not, or diversity. Either that or there's a really interesting physics talk somewhere else.
So maybe we can address.
So maybe the thing is that we do actually want
so many people are leaving. No, I was just thinking we might just lose audience.
学生们、同学们不要走啊！希望你们的意见反馈啊，请你们继续听啊，大家。
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I think it looks like we're possibly going to be having some.
就是你们同学们、年轻的老师们啊，你们不要走，我们需要你们的意见。
Have some questions, or anyone wants to offer some ideas or ask any questions from the audience, and then maybe amongst the panel, we can maybe discuss some of the things if anyone has any ideas that they want to ask about.
So should we do it? Yeah, sure.
I was told that they were totally misunderstood. They thought it was some nomination thing. So they were totally misunderstood.
Oh, so sorry for that misunderstanding. That wasn't made quite clear. That anyone is welcome to participate in the discussion, and if particularly keen to hear sort of new ideas from particularly from this younger generation who will be taking over and taking up the mantle of continuing the work for gender equality and diversity. But perhaps would you like to kick off?
Yeah, it was very illuminating discussion. One of the things that I caught on from Prajwal's talk is the fact that if the evaluation is done anonymously, chances of getting a fair treatment are higher. I want to make a point connected to that. You know, since it has been the IUPAP policy to have gender balance, including the composition of commissions. So when we started doing it, one of the serious objection came from our female colleagues who said, I think some of you also alluded to the fact that, you know, I don't want to be in a commission just because I'm a female. I would like to be on my own merit. So this is a delicate topic which needs to be handled with great deal of care. There is no dearth of talented women or talented men in our society, but how you handle it, how you message it is equally important. And as somebody pointed out, if an award is given solely to female scientists, then somehow it loses its significance to maybe not only to them, to others as well. So that's something you may want to take note of.
Thank you for that. Yes, I mean, I think there are, it is often the case that women, I think that they may just have been chosen because they're a woman. The one thing that I would say to that is that I'm fairly sure that most men don't think that way, and that they think that they've been they're there on their merit. But we know from even going back centuries that men have been awarded or voted for a number of reasons, whether it's because you're wearing the right colour tie, and speaking from the UK, that you have the right handshake. Whereas for women to feel that way, the fact that they're already there to be put in that position probably means that they're already probably twice as qualified. So that would be my argument. I can't make the women unfeel that way, but as you say, it does need to be handled carefully. And you can't say that against, if a man says that, oh, you only got that because you're a woman. But this is why we sort of need networks to try and kind of reinforce with each other that actually you do deserve this, you do deserve to be at the table.
I can perhaps offer some insight on a mystery. The students had a bus to catch, and the bus was timed because it was thought that this was going to be an election process. So the bus is still leaving for those students.
Okay.
But it was a slight misunderstanding of what the next part of the program was. So I think we're still delighted with everyone who stayed.
Yes, yes. Catching a bus is very important. One doesn't want to miss that. Oh, Prajwal.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Sunil's comment. What you said is completely valid. There are women who feel that way when they are asked to become members of committees, etc. One way to address it is what we've said, I think in the Waterloo Charter, we certainly say it in the Hyderabad Charter, that the criteria for anything should be transparent and decided before any process. So if the criteria are transparent, then women or men are less likely to feel that they're there only because they can see that they meet the criteria. And on the flip side, I would say that if there are women who still strongly feel that they don't want to be on a committee because they're being asked only because they're a woman, we should, be empathetic and let it go, because, it's completely justified because our culture is toxic. So it is completely justified that they feel that way. So we can't, we need to fix the culture. It's just another reminder that we need to fix the culture more so that women don't feel that. It's just a symptom that the culture is still unhealthy.
Thank you, Prajwal.
Yeah, but I think there is an additional point that one has to consider is that we are having a number of women in physics, and women cannot be overloaded. And what I feel also, and that is what my female colleagues in Spain tell me, that there are sometimes that they cannot accept positions in any committee because there's a finite number of women. And I would say in Spain is something, I don't know, 20, 25%. You cannot never try to have 50%, as was said this morning for South Africa. I don't remember. I mean, it will be nice, but you cannot force women to participate into that because then the reaction is going to be the other way around. Say, I don't want to participate anymore in any of those things. So I think that is important.
Thank you. I think that is a very valid point.
Maybe I can comment on my personal experience. That might help. So when I was young, I took my PhD in Italy, and then I moved to Germany. And there I was confronted suddenly with the gender issue question. In Italy, we were already during the PhD having this issue, but for me was not really something that I realized. When I arrived in Germany, I helped organizing the first, for me, the German physicist conference. And then I realized that we had an issue. And so I started to engage myself in this. But at the beginning, I was feeling like I was put in this committee just because I engage in the system. And I was like feeling uncomfortable. But then I grew up and I took self-confidence of myself. And now you can put me in every commission with the role of a woman, and I will do it. Because now I feel that I am here because I am a very good physicist. I'm really good. And this was the point at which my confidence changed. And what I'm doing now, I work with many women in my team,
And what I do at the beginning is to give them confidence. So whenever they do something which is good, I tell them, this is really good. I send you to the next conference. I want you to present things. I want to go in front. And this is what I do. And probably we should change the way in which we perceive ourselves.
Thank you.
I just want to comment on the quota. From my own experience, when I was involved with selecting awards for our C9 commission of IUPAP, and we took a lot of effort in actually put up the pictures of prior award winners. And when we present this at one of the ICM conferences, I think that was 2018, and we got a big pushback. Like, look at all the awardees. Our senior award at the time were all men. And we certainly acknowledge, yes, there was a problem, and how do we fix that? So our approach was we could work very hard to solicit nominations for our worthy female candidates. We were very lucky. We have a women in magnetism group that helped streamline the nomination, not only for the senior award, but all awards of all levels. We got very strong nominations, and we did select a number of outstanding female awardees for the senior award, and also for the early career scientist award. We have 3 in the last 6 years or so. But we also see similar challenges in conferences. For example, invited talks. Some conferences there were proposals that, okay, we got to have 50% female invited talks. On that occasion, I pushed back. I said, we don't want to put that into the criteria. That's my personal feeling. We work very hard to solicit nominations, but at the end of the day, for the awards, quality was our only criteria. So that was my own take on this. I think maybe relate to the question you posed about quota.
Yes, thank you. I think the question of quotas is a tricky one at times. But it's something that we can take on board. And certainly, I think, as we put in the Waterloo chart, and I think Prajwal put it up, was that as long as the pool, or was it Eagle, that the nominations represents the pool from which you're making that should be a good nomination. 50-50 is possibly is artificial at some level. So I think there was yeah.
Hi, thank you, everyone. I especially thank the working group, Women in Physics, for this very interesting afternoon. And I especially would like to thank Professor Eagle for saying that this is a safe space, that we can say the things that we would like to say. And so I would like to share my experience as a young scientist. So I'm now working as an associate researcher at USTC, but my, let's say, adventure or this journey of being here was all like in mainland China. So I would like to share that. So when I started trying to find a place for my PhD, so I shopped around. And so I study quantum physics. And people tell me, well, you do theory. It's easier for a female student because it's just theory. Doing experiments, you have to spend a lot of time in the lab. It's tiring and stuff like that. So at first I chose theory. And then my supervisor at that time, he told me, oh, theory is very difficult. You're a lady. You would need to be very smart to do it. I recommend you do experiments. Okay, so then I started shopping around experiments. And what I did was I looked around and I was particularly interested in the labs where there were more women students. And that became actually pretty prominent as I went on with my later career in my studies, is that you see these labs, they have more, and if they have more women students, potential women students would like to go to that lab. Whereas in some other lesser women labs, you hear these sort of rumors or even confirmed by senior students that yes, our lab runs very tiring experiments. You would need to, let's say, spend overnight. You can't sleep for several weeks and stuff like that. And so, you know, girls are like frightened of that. And oh, it's not good for my health, whatever. And then they eventually like walk away from that stuff. And then as I graduated, a lot of my female colleagues, a lot of my female students, they stepped away from science or they stepped away from research because they felt that there weren't enough opportunities and it takes too long. The problem, I think, for them was basically taking too long to get to where they wanted to go. And so the numbers, I think when I in our big lab at that time, I think we had 3 female PhD students. And I think I am now the only one that's left doing this thing. And the sad thing, the more sadder thing I think is, so in our research group, we have a vast amount of male professors, close to maybe 20, but only 1 or 2 full-time female professors. And there's, I think, only 1 female associate professor. So, you know, and you see them and you think, oh my God, when am I going to get my day to be in that position? So yeah, I think that's the thing for us. But luckily, I think now with the work here done, and especially by the people at the CPS, how you raise the age limits and such for the women in China to go for grants and stuff, I think it really provides a lot more opportunity now. But still, I feel as a young scientist, we still have a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. It's sadly it is not uncommon. So we are with you with your story, and we're sorry that it hasn't gone faster, that we're not making progress faster. But it's a reminder as to why we still need to be doing this. So Igel first. Oh, sorry, Mark. I think Marcia had.
Looking at the diversity and women issues, we saw a lot of discussion about policies that work and then not work, and we do not know if works or not. So I recommend that maybe this diversity new commissions would work together with UNESCO. UNESCO was charged to design a platform to look for policies for the G20 innovation working group. And obviously, they are not going to give only for the innovation working group. That should be open. And if they don't open, please tell me, because I was the one asking for creating this platform. I think this platform is very important because look to the policies and look for the results of these policies. So then you understand what what drives change.
Thank you, Marcia. That's a very good point. I hope someone's made a note of that because I haven't. Igel. Oh.
It was on that point. This comment is addressed to decision makers and professors here. You would be surprised how very fast women students and early career women learn which departments are discouraging to women. The word goes round very fast, and you simply avoid the University of X.
Thank you, Igel. Michelle.
I just want to make a very brief comment that having a baby and feeding and rearing a child is much harder than working in the lab.
Thank you, Ling-An. Yes, Michelle.
I will be also very short. Since we are at the time of the General Assembly and we are electing the commissions and the Executive Council, I speak under the control of Silvina, who is following this process. If I am not wrong, and if everything goes well, at the level of the Executive Council, we should have 50% female. At the level of the Commission chair, we should have 50% female. At the level of the members, I don't know, maybe Sylvina, you know better, but I think there is a good fraction. So we are above the fraction, the percentage of the community represented by female, but I think it is an incentive for the others to go in this direction.
Thank you, Michelle. Oh, Shahini, please.
Yeah, so this is comment on the question on the Waterloo Charter and how to broaden it a bit more. I'm not sure, actually, I don't remember if this is actually in the charter, but it struck me that maybe we should think about it. Just listening to all of the description of all the work that's been done, this is all fabulous. But the fact is that all that work has basically been done voluntarily as free labor. And honestly, this is not part of any of our original job descriptions as physicists. So while we are doing all this work, our colleagues who are men are probably writing research papers in physics. And then in the end, that creates a bigger gap, in gender, because we don't, our work in this area is not being applied towards our physics merit and our physics achievement, which is what we put into our CVs. So my point is that until we start valuing this work by compensating it in some way or adding resources or figuring out ways, metrics that for example, we have H-index and citation values and so on for research, we have to have equivalent metrics for this that we can count in our CVs going forward, because this is valuable work. This is what it means to be a really socially responsible physicist. And those who only have, let's say, our traditional metrics like research numbers and so on, we should be questioning, is that really the sort of sign of quality and excellence, or is there something missing there? So I think these are things that we might want to think about to add to the Waterloo Charter.
Thank you, Shahidi. I think that's an excellent point that you make. And again, it's something that we'll try and see how we can put that in with our work.
Yeah, I want to say something about that. Well, there is the DORA, a declaration that to rethink of how to evaluate research without all these metrics that sometimes are, it's not about the value of the contributions, but it's an easier way to evaluate. Now, I can tell you that the National Research Council in Argentina did long study about career pathways of women in the system and tried to change all the evaluations, saying you have to take into consideration outreach, other things, not just the age factor and the how many papers in which kind of journals, whatever. And then it's our community that forms the evaluation committees. And it's very hard to change the culture of the communities. And the evaluation committees, even if the system brings all these ideas of trying to change the way in which you evaluate and what you have to consider, then everything goes very slowly because it's kind of in our brains as a scientific community that we keep on evaluating in the usual way. So there have been some initiatives in different places trying to train evaluators and also decision makers, but it's something that is going to take very long. It's not just that we try to impose, we need to change the culture.
Thank you, Sylvina. Prajbal.
I agree with Sylvina, and actually I learned that the DORA strategy has been endorsed by the Canadian National Funding Agency, which is a positive step. There are several institutions which have endorsed it. I think the way, I think maybe the Waterloo Charter can be a mechanism by which we can sort of promote an imagining of knowledge creation, institutions having research teaching and capacity building and public engagement as three pillars rather than as a stratified and hierarchical contribution to knowledge creation. So that could be the future imagining, because otherwise I think institutions will become irrelevant. I mean, especially in India, I know that institutions that consider themselves as eminent, value certainly diversity and attempts to diversity, and also teaching and capacity building less than they value research. In fact, it could be the other way around, that if you do too much teaching or you do too much equality work or you do too much public engagement, you actually get negative points in evaluation. So that was one thing. And I think we also, listening to our younger colleague, I also know my own colleagues who mentor young people differently depending on their gender, and this has to be a no-no. And we really need to, I think, do something about it as a working group. I don't know what we can do. We certainly should have a stronger website with best practices. We need to maybe include this, because mentoring and capacity building also should be evaluated, and doing something like this, doing gendered mentoring should be a no-no, in evaluation.
So can I say something else?
Yes.
I wanted to move on to some of the other questions that are more like what we can do from IUPAP. I understand that we can include in the Waterloo Charter some recommendations on best practice, but it's not something, maybe the mentoring we can recommend for our conferences, that they put together some sort of mentoring during the time of the conferences, if possible, like a recommendation, not mandatory. But there are other things that I would like to discuss. Like, for example, if we want to expand diversity in other directions, or try to do some sort of actions with respect to underrepresented groups, which kinds of underrepresentations you think we should move, to advance with? And also a question that I have, because we've been talking in very binary ways, I understand that it's not in all cultures or countries that a gender is perceived as a non-binary option and as a more fluid kind of description. Plus the gender is in many countries it's allowed that people can self-perceive themselves gender-wise, and how we can approach that from IUPAP. What should we do? Right now, for example, for conferences, we ask that people enter information on how many women, how many men. What other options should we include? Should we include something else besides gender? And what kind of actions we could take? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think Prajval's got an answer. Oh, and there's also up there. Quick. Yes.
This is just in response to Shuin's comment. I think Silvina will remember how much the Waterloo Charter oscillate between the two of us. So I don't want to mention about the work put in order to craft out Waterloo Charter or anything of that sort. But I do urge our male colleagues that it is important to support the female researchers when it comes to writing or crafting of some of these recommendations, because I did that a lot. In fact, one of our proposals was hijacked by ICS for the gender diversity, which was later on divided between the, I think it was championed subsequently by mathematics. Yeah.
So did you want to follow up on that, Silvina?
Pardon me?
Did you want to follow up on that?
No,
Thank you, Quick, for your comments.
The Waterloo Charter. What do you mean by hijacking? In which sense? Of the project? Well, but that was, I think that was something, I can go into the details.
No, no, I
what's
think-
the decision of IUPAP?
Yes. No. It was a decision of IUPAP because we wanted to share with others. But that, and I think it was a decision of ICS at that time. But that's not the most important point. The most important point is that as far as we are concerned, it should not be a matter of who wrote it, whether it's a male or female. The most important thing is that we try to help each other.
Yeah, and when we talk
There's
about
project.
evaluation and considering other contributions to the practice of science, also in the evaluation is for everybody. But it's true that if you look at the statistics, it's mostly women who perform what we could call caring activities. I remember that at the closing of the Gender Gap Project, there was a talk by a mathematician. She works on education in mathematics I think in Arizona. And she had done an analysis of the task allocation in her university and everything that had to be with receiving students, a recruitment, but of the personal relationships, tutoring students was mostly done by women. Fundraising, getting grants, etc., was mostly done by men. And in the evaluation or in the prestige that each of those activities give, the bringing in money to the university seems more prestigious and more important, but also welcoming students and making them feel at home is very important to keep them. But it was not valued as much as the other contribution. So, but then for that, I think we need a culture change. And that's complicated. But it's complicated for women and men, for everybody.
Thank you, Silvina. I think Prajval.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Silvina about IUPAP conferences and so on. So we had recommended from the intersectionality workshop of the equips that the gender box should not be binary or even tertiary. We had given a more detailed set of choices. And I think we are in a situation where IUPAP should just have these requirements that when they approve of conferences, those conferences must satisfy certain conditions, such as the SOC should have some, not just geographical diversity, but also gender diversity. The SOC should have these sort of surveys, which if they have a gender box, it should be like multiple and so on and so forth. So one of the things, in fact, we recommended for IUPAP was that we don't use male and female, we use men and women, because those words encapsulate the idea that gender is a social construct rather than a biological one. So these are very, very low-hanging fruit in some ways, but they are baby steps towards the culture change that we need. I think we need to do at least that.
Yes, but usually we issue recommendations. Now we've been talking that we would not fund if there is not 10% women on the International Advisory Committee, because usually the explanation for not having enough women is that there are not enough women in the pool, but at the international level, the pool is larger. So usually on the International Committee.
30.
Well, but not to sponsor. Then, of course, the target is going to be larger. But regarding having more options for the gender option, I think Eagle, she was saying that in Africa, we could have some problems. And so, for example, for the Gender Gap in Science project, we had only a woman, man, and prefers not to answer, and to accommodate that. But maybe we could have a fourth option like other or something like that, because being international, you also need to be diverse in terms of culture, not to make anybody feel uncomfortable.
There was one thing I forgot, Gillian. Can I just?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so the other thing for conferences, I think IUPAP should require double anonymized selection of abstracts.
We already have that in a resolution that is going to be passed in this GA.
Thank you. Hey,
Yes, listening to the young woman earlier talking about how she was treated, listening earlier to the young woman who talked about how she was treated and such harsh things stated to her about maybe you're not smart enough to do theory, and it made me reflect back on my career. I'm a Black American, and I grew up during a period where there were essentially none of us involved in physics, and I had to endure just tremendously harsh treatment by, many of my, professors, people you look up to, when they say such harsh things to you. And it took a toll on my health. And I think that it's very important for the women in physics groups to have coping sessions, so that women will be warned of the kind of treatment that they may have to encounter. For instance, if she had known that this is not something just going to happen to her, it would make it go easier. But I mean, these kinds of treatments are so harsh on people, and it just made me. That's one of the reasons why I'm so committed to opening up opportunities. And you may know of some of the work I do in developing countries, but I'm also, within the US, president of an organization called Increase, where we work with faculty and students from what we call minority serving institutions, predominantly Black, predominantly Hispanic, predominantly Native Americans. And we have a community of maybe over 200 faculty in our community, and we try to couple them to opportunities at our national laboratories. So we try to do that kind of thing to provide opportunities. But coping skills are something that I would highly recommend that you include in your conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that statement. It's and point. I mean, I think it's something that we do still need to be sort of working at helping sort of women through those particular types of situations as individuals until such time as we don't need to have them. So we have to work at that level. We also have to work at trying to improve so that it doesn't happen. So I think there's a multi-layers of things that we should be doing, but yes, not neglecting those women who are currently coming through. As I say, a number of us have been there. And I'm sure that I'm probably not the only person to perhaps say that. I mean, if it hadn't been for the Women in Physics conference and the IUPAP, I would probably have left physics by now. But it's that community of women physicists who make you still want to believe that you still belong and that there's still a place for you and that you're just not quite ready to give up physics just yet. You love it too much. So I think there's still a lot that we need to do with individuals.
Hey, Jillian, this is Bev. I've had my hand up for a very long time, and I don't know how to. And I know I'm not a place that you can see me. Anyway, I think Sakazi's points are very well taken, and I also wanted to follow up on what Marcia requested about proceeding to other questions. Can people hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so and that is something that IUPAP actually could do through the working group or for that committee that I think you, Jillian, spoke about, but it may have been somebody else. And that is, we compared to 2002, we now have enormous online resources that IUPAP could really exploit and develop in order to reach and provide assistance and resources to women in physics, indigenous people in physics, other underrepresented groups, by providing professional quality online professional development and problem-solving resources. I mean, there could, for example, be a group of people like the ones in this room who might be willing to, do something like Ask a Scientist, so people could send questions in online, and this helpful group could provide answers and support to the people wherever they are in the world, as long as they have internet access. But also there are wonderful sort of online professional quality, professional development, anytime, any place, self-paced little workshop modules that could be developed, particularly focused on physics, that IUPAP could make available for anybody, anywhere, male, men and women, underrepresented populations, people coping with challenges that maybe have something to do with their identity, but not their identity as a physicist, could be really helpful. So thank you. And I'm sorry I just butted in and interrupted.
Oh no, no, I'm glad you did, because I couldn't see any sort of hands on the way that the screen was set up. I couldn't see them, so I'm very glad that you did. So your points are very well taken, and yes, there's much to be that we can do online. As you say, it's we're now in a different era where we can use those resources. So it's something that I know we've been talking about for a while. We always want to improve the website, always want to try and create more resources, but it does take time. And I'm glad to say that that Jackie Beeman-Keane has just arrived. So we're very glad that she's made it safely. Yes, give her time to draw breath. We just have you got time to? We would like to present you, having missed the earlier session. I would like to invite you to, now that you've just sat down, having travelled X thousand miles. Oh, or Lilia, would you like to go forward? Oh, good. Oh, good. That's there's. Is it Lilia?
Yes. It was already given, but it's fine. Okay, Jackie.
Okay.
Welcome. Very happy
you.
to see you here.
I'm happy to be here.
Okay, so we are very sorry you missed the session. Yeah, but no problem. You're always welcome. And also we have listened your the words you sent for this, thanks to Leanne. So thank you very much for your collaboration. And also we would like to present, to give you a present on behalf of all the working group for all the things you have done for us. I mean, you were always very supportive, very kind, willing to solve any problem. So we are really want to thank this, and we have a present for you.
Thank you
This
very
is
much.
thank you. Okay.
I think that's a timely way to bring this part of the session to an end. Jackie, did you want to say anything now that you're here?
I don't want to cut into anyone else's time.
No.
And I think everything has probably been said. If you read, no, it wasn't said.
What did the working group mean to you? Or turn on the mic.
Okay. Since I was there from the beginning, the working group really meant a lot to me, because I really got to see change that a lot of people were not aware that was actually needed. And I've seen so many people come out of the working group and go on to do other things too. So that really made me feel good, because I think we accomplished even more than what we had planned to accomplish. And that was a good thing. I mean, it was one thing to get people thinking about the situation. it was another thing to see actions come out of it. And I'm very proud of that. I think all of the people who worked on the working group committees throughout the years did a fantastic job.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome.
I think we're on to the closing session. Although if we could just thank everyone for contributing to that last session. Oh.
Okay, well, thank you very much for this session. One question I have is maybe perhaps your understanding, your thought for future about Working Group 5 and diverse committee membership or working group leadership, your thought on including early careers as members, so understanding more perspectives of current generations. So that might be, I thought it's important. So I'd like to hear your thought on that. Another one is like Working Group 5, this gender, the leadership, whether it's worth including some of male members here, because it's very important to understand their perspectives instead of reaching, higher among ourselves, but perhaps if you want to be more impactful, getting some male colleagues in these leadership positions.
Thank you very much for your questions there. Regarding having men in the working group 5, from the very start, there has always been at least one man, and we've always been very grateful for their contribution. I just trying to see where he is at the moment, and just see quick up there. As you say, it is so important that it's not just a woman's problem. It is everyone's problem. And as Prajwal showed the quote from Leila Watson about it's everybody's humanity is bound up, and everyone's progress is bound up in it. So we do always make sure that there are men on the committee. Regarding the early career, it's something that we are sort of trying to do a bit more, and it was great that in the last couple of years, the IUPAP has signed a memorandum. Excuse me, signed a memorandum with the International Association of Physics Students, who are now an associate member of IUPAP. And we are sort of trying to work with them. So I know that Working Group 5 sort of almost immediately said, yes, please, we'll have an associate member from the students to be a part of the group to help us think about the next generation, but also early career. We do try and be diverse in the working group, and it's also something within the conferences in the country teams that it's always recommended that you have early career researchers as part of your country team, as well as asking that there should really be a man within that country team. So yeah, we do want to be as inclusive. There might be things that we're not doing which aren't yet, but we hope to be going in the right direction, at least with that.
Regarding early career, let me tell you that IUPAP has a program of prizes for early career scientists.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
And that is given by every commission, and also some affiliated commissions give that. And we were wondering whether we could also endow some of those prizes with a small research grant if we find additional funding. And then in this GA, we are also going to pass a resolution that came from Women in Physics conference, recommending both to our to territorial members and also for the commissions to pass it over to conference organizers to organize entrepreneurship workshops or training workshops to explore other career paths outside academia. So those are the avenues we are following now.
Prajwal?
About the early career membership of the working group. I think in those cultures where equality work has started to become valued, it's easier to recruit younger people into the working group, because otherwise younger people suffer in their career if they contribute to this kind of work. so then it's not a good idea for them, but it's encouraging that, for example, I know institutions in Canada and the UK and maybe some American institutions as well are starting to ask, for example, for a diversity statement from potential faculty hires, and they obviously value that, if not as much, but significantly compared to their research statement. So more of that means that we have the option to record younger people. But in some cultures, it would actually work against the younger people.
Thank you, Prajmal. Were there any more questions that I'd missed? Oh,
quite a while ago, but I just wanted to circle back to the non-binary thing that Lena brought up earlier, which is that I think at the current state, the platform that's used is Indigo, which does not allow for any other selection than a male or female. And for titles, it only allows for Miss, Mr., Mrs., or PhD. In that case, the choice is to either align or misgender myself, which is not the preferable option. In that case, the best thing is to have the option of choosing nothing. I do sort of, in general, find it sort of a pointless field to fill out. I find it a sort of pointless field to fill out for these events, unless you sort of insist on having the doctor title in front of your name. In that case, which case that should be an option. And when it comes to carving out a space for people that don't fall into the gender binary, I think the start should be within the organization itself, specifically from the executive committee and the commission chairs. This is something we did in the student association, that when I came out as non-binary, the executive committee started using pronouns in their email sign-offs, and still do to this day, which is something that had made the space more inclusive to everyone. While, you know, the use of pronouns publicly, sort of putting pronouns on your emails and on website, is an individual choice. I do think that it is the responsibility of those who are not sort of in the risk category by, you know, to be the first movers on it and using it. Yes.
Thank you for that, Atlas. I'm just looking at the time. We were given very strict instructions about our timekeeping to make sure that we finished in time for people to get to the next session. But I think that the final session, I think, Lilia, were you going to chair, or Sylvina? Yeah.
Well, it's part of the protocol. So I have to, I'm very happy to introduce Silvina Ponce Dawson. She is a biophysicist and works at the University of Buenos Aires in Argentina, a former member of the working group, then a chair of the working group, and now president designate, and being president of the IUPAP next year. Okay.
Thank you, Lilia. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for this very lively discussion. And I am sad that some people had to leave, but it was very interesting ideas that we can try to implement on IUPAP. Working Group 5 was very important for IUPAP, and it was very important for my own life, because that's the way that I got to know IUPAP. I had no idea. And also I thank Marcia, because I had never thought before of the discrimination against women. It was like I had gone through a great deal of my life as a physicist, never thinking about that. So I started to collect data, and the data shows you how many, the inconsistencies there are there, and sharing ideas and sharing ideas and situations that each of us experienced and how to deal with those was an enormous important part of what the international conferences and the working group meant to all of us that have been touched by those. So it's very important. By the way, to the question of Michelle, who asked what's the percentage of women on commissions, is 37%. I haven't done the statistics on commission chairs, but on the, I think he said 50%, but on total members is 37. So we are much more than what it used to be and what we were expecting, I would say. So I thank you all, and I wish you continue enjoying the day. Thank you.
Please follow the volunteers to get in the car, and the car will take you to hall 5. 有一位嘉宾拿了水桶没有给这不重要。take you to hall 5 to have supper. Yeah, yeah.
So good to finally be here. I've been on the road since 4 o'clock Wednesday morning. I know.
Okay.
Yes.
We have photographer.